I know, holy shit. Not a week or two between streams. What's good, John? Um, Also, just with how the day ended up working out, I'm actually off tonight, so that works. But I wasn't gonna go live. But I want to talk about the Final Fantasy stuff because, yeah, it got the deck lists are up. Yeah, no wait for either side, YouTube or Twitch. Both are a full go. Um, yeah, we can leave it on this one. Alright, let's just jump into it. Like, not even wasting time. Like, that's just how excited I am for the Final Fantasy stuff. Alright, so we've already seen Terra and Celis. But as a quick refresher, Terra is the face commander 3/3 for Mardial, Terra Herald of Hope. Trance, at the beginning of combat on your turn, roll 2 cards. Then Terra gains flying until end of turn. Whenever Terra deals combat damage to a player, you may pay 2 colorless. When you do, return target creature card with power 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Yeah, I have read some of these, and I like how it's looking. Celis, Rune Knight. 4/4 for 1 in Mardu. When Celis enters, discard any number of cards, and then draw that many cards +1. Whenever one or more other creatures you control enter, if one or more of them entered from a graveyard or was cast from a graveyard, put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control. What's up, man?
Why not I on there?
Because I haven't gotten you a little one made yet.
Oh man.
But then I would also need to set it up so that it's easier to do that over Discord. Because you can set it
little
for
emoji looking things that move
yeah.
your head? That's what I'm talking about. You should get one of those.
Yeah, but you can set it up so that it triggers when a specific person talks.
I know that, but I'm talking about you should get an emoji thing like that that moves. You can get one for me that moves when I go into the frame.
I would have to do something to trigger it, but yeah. Anyways.
Okay, goodbye, guys. Hello. Okay, goodbye. Oh, I need to.
Oh, he's such a good kid. He just wanted to pop in and say hi. And apparently forget his dog. Okay, so Cyan, Vengeful Samurai. 3/3 for 7. 1 white 6. The spell costs 1 less to cast for each creature card in your graveyard. Some of these I'm just like, man, if they had like partner or something that let them like party up to where you could use them with, you know, other legends from the same set. Anyways, Double Strike, whenever one or more creature cards leave your graveyard, put a 1/1 counter on Cyan. So he gets big, he can come down fairly low costed and, if you're lucky, early. With decent body. And Double Strike. General Leo Christoph. 2/2 for 5. 1 white and 4. When General Leo Christoph enters, return up to 1 target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, and then put a 1/1 counter on General Leo Christoph for each creature you control. The graveyard recursion, the graveyard synergy, and everything that this deck has got going on, honestly, really, really good so far. What I kind of want to build out of it though is mono black assassins with I don't know, maybe somebody will let me play Shadow with Interceptor, but probably not. Anyways, let's talk about Shadow first. 3/3 for black and 2. Death Touch, throw. When Shadow deals combat damage to a player, you may sacrifice another non-land permanent. If you do, draw 2 cards and each opponent loses life equal to the mana value of the sacrifice permanent, which synergizes with Interceptor. 2 black, 2 colorless. Menace. Assassins you control have Menace. Whenever you attack with 1 or more legendary creatures, you may pay a black and 2 colorless. If you do, return this card to your from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped and attacking. So they're just meant to sit there and loop with each other. I kind of want to build mono black off of Shadow. Siegfried, famed swordsman, 2/2 for 4. Black and 3. Menace. When Siegfried enters, mill 3 cards. Then put X/1/1 counters on Siegfried, where X is twice the number of creature cards in your graveyard. Again, more graveyard synergy. We're looking at just the magic aspect first, and then we'll get into like the Final Fantasy flavor. It's not bad. I'm sure somebody will like to put this in their 99. I don't think you build off of it. But I definitely think you put it in the 99. I still don't know though. This Sabin is not suplexing a train. Not yet, at least. There's still the Sabin from the main set. And if they don't have the suplexing of a train in some way, you know people are gonna riot. Also, how you doing, Cypher? Gal, Feral Youth. 2/2, 1 red, 1 colorless. Decent sized body. Rage. Whenever Gal attacks, put a 1/1 counter on it. At the beginning of each end step, if a card left your graveyard this turn, Gal deals damage equal to its power to each opponent. I bet. You were working both over Mother's Day weekend into one today. You could play this in so many different things too. Like, obviously you're incentivized for swinging and everything, but I'm thinking like mono red artifacts where they will loop artifacts in and out of the graveyard. You can almost reliably trigger that at the end of that's also at the beginning of each end step. So if you have ways to trigger that on opponents' turns and everything, that could actually start doing some damage very quickly. Go, Mysterious Mime. 1 red, 3 colorless for a 2/2. I'm also not going to be that person, like I seen earlier, like, why are there so many wizards in this set? You're also going to find a lot of knights. Anyways, go. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may have Go-Go become a copy of another target creature you control until end of turn, except its name is Go-Go Mysterious Mine. If you do, Go-Go and that creature each get +2/+0 and gain haste until end of turn, and attack this turn if able. You can, notably, because of it keeping its name, that does make it different from a legendary creature, so getting to keep it. Maybe you have some, when attacking effects you would like to copy. Or combat damage. Or just triggers. I don't think it's bad. Alright, Sabin. Or Sabin. Master Monk. 1 red, 4 colorless, 4/3. Alrighty, go. What's good, bro? How you doing? Not deck building per se. I'm gonna give you a shout out too, since you've been trying to do your thing on here. What's up, bud?
Oh, I kind of wanted to give you another hug.
Okay.
Okay.
Stop.
I got a question.
What's that?
Does that thing open his mouth open as wide as you talk, or as wide as loud as you talk?
No.
No, you should do that. The louder you talk, the wider it makes his mouth.
That would require other things and stuff.
I know, but it'd be cool.
Yeah. Anyways. Funny enough,
okay, goodbye.
like I was just saying, if they actually had something where the different legends could party up with each other, like have to tune the commands in, specifically out of this set, Gao and Sabin are actually kind of a gross combination. Because Sabin is a 4/3 for 5 double strike, or you can blitz. 2 red, 2 colorless, discard a card. If you cast a spell for its blitz cost, it gains haste. When this creature deals combat damage to a player, or draw a card, sacrifice it at the end of the next end step. So it replaces itself when you discard, but notably you can cast this card from your graveyard using its blitz ability. So yeah, there's gonna be some deck building. I wanted to build Kuja the other night, but he wasn't up on Architect yet, so he should be now. I'm gonna figure out what I want to name that, but I'm going to be doing it as a Rakdos Spellslinger. And then we'll see if like any of these other new ones are in. Sabin had a blitz ability, didn't he? Yeah, that was his special command. We're gonna need this too, just so that we can cross-reference things. Strago and Realm. 1 red, 2 colorless for a 1/3 human wizard. Sketch and Love. 1 red, 2 colorless. Tap. Target opponent exiles cards from the top of their library until they exile an instant, sorcery, or creature card. You may cast that card without paying its mana cost. If you cast a creature spell this way, it gains haste, and at the beginning of the end step, sacrifice this creature. Activate only as a sorcery. I will be putting this into my Deadpool deck, which is theft and things like that, because that's funny. It does the funny thing. where my win con is whatever your win con is. But no, I actually like it. As somebody that likes playing theft and impulse things, yeah. Summon Esper Valigarmanda. You know, I turned my sub back on for 14. So playing through Dawn Trail again and everything, this is actually kind of relevant and fresh. Anyways, 3/3 Flying Haste. Chapter 1, exile an instant or sorcery card from each graveyard. Chapters 2, 3, and 4. Add 1 red for each lore counter on this saga. You may cast an instant or sorcery card exiled with this saga, and its mana of any type can be spent to cast that spell. Okay. You get to pick what you exile as well. So that is super relevant. That's not a bad body. The Flying and Haste. 4 for that effect's not unreasonable. Because chapter 1, you'll pick something from each graveyard, exile it. Chapter 2, you'll get 2 red mana, be able to cast. Chapter 3, you'll get 3 red mana, be able to cast, and then in chapter 4, you get 4 red. I like him. Tomorrow, Raging Yeti. 6/6 for 6. I see what you did there. Trample. At the beginning of combat on your turn, choose one at random. Other creatures you control get +3/+0 and gain trample until end of turn. Discard your hand, then draw 4 cards. Maru deals 5 damage to any target. I don't know where you would put this at, but its effects are fun. I could potentially put this in Ishki. Just to add some chaos to my own game state. Do a whole use it or lose it kind of deal, because if you discard your hand. Alright. Bannon, the Returner's Leader. 1/3 for Boros. Right. Once during each of your turns, you may cast a creature spell from among cards in your graveyard that were put there from anywhere other than the battlefield this turn. So mill specifically or discard. And then whenever you attack, you may pay 1 and discard a card. If you do, draw a card. So it comes in with a way to draw and discard to trigger the ability to play something from your grave that was discarded. I think this could actually see some play. I mean, it built itself too. Because you can net yourself value, discard something that you don't need. Or not value, cycling. You can potentially get value if you discard something that you're able to play. Edgar, Master Machinist. 2/4 for 2 in Boros. Once during each of your turns, you may cast an artifact spell from your graveyard. If you cast a spell this way, that artifact enters tapped. And then the tools ability. Whenever Edgar attacks, it gets +X/+0 until end of turn, where X is the greatest mana value among artifacts you control. It's Boros artifacts. It's not a bad commander for it. That's all I really have to say. But Kefka, a 6/6 for 7, 5 and Rakdos. During your turn, Kefka has Indestructible. At the beginning of your end step, exile a card at random from each opponent's graveyard. You may cast any number of spells from among cards exiled this way without paying their mana cost. Then each player who owns a spell you cast this way loses life equal to its mana value. Yes, this will also be going into that deck too, because it does the funny thing. And that funny thing is trying to end the game. Lock, though. 2, 3, 4, 1 in Rakdos. Can't be blocked by creatures with greater power. Goes into that whole rogue nature and everything. And then Mug. Whenever Lock attacks, each player mills a card. If a land card was milled this way, create a treasure token. Until end of turn, you may cast a spell from among those cards. I'm getting several things out of just this one deck to play with. Because my plan is to get one of each of the precons in double. One to keep intact and play self-contained. And one for parts. Mog, Moogle Warrior. They even got Mog. 1/2 for 1 in Boros. Lifelink, Dance. At the beginning of your end step, each player may discard a card. Each player who discarded a card this way draws a card. If a creature card was discarded this way, you create a 1/2 white Moogle creature token with lifelink. Then if a non-creature card was discarded this way, put a 1/1 counter on each Moogle you control. Do we build Moogle Tribal? Like Impulse Draw, Boros, Moogle Tribal. I'm gonna need to get Scryfall up too. Wait, hold on. There's shapeshifters. One, two. Three, 4, 5, 6. Seven, 8. 9, 10. 11, 12. Okay, so maybe there are enough ways to actually do that. I have to play with Changeling, but that was going to be a given. Moogle Tribal. Or Kindred. Alright. Some people were really hoping that Seltzer was going to keep his slot mechanic in some way, so. Seltzer, Wandering Gambler. 2/2, 1 black, or 1 red, 1 colorless. When Seltzer enters, create the Blackjack, a legendary 3/3 colorless vehicle artifact token with flying and crew 2. Comes with the airship. Whenever a vehicle you control deals combat damage to a player, flip a coin. Whenever you win a coin flip, create 2 tapped treasure tokens. I think it works. I think like straight up, this is gonna be the first one I just talk about as like the Final Fantasy side. I think flavor-wise, this is just a perfect 10. It's the closest you're gonna get to like the luck, slots mechanic, and gambling, and everything, with keeping it like relatively in balance, or not in balance, relatively balanced. Warring Triad. A 5/5 for 3 with Flying, Trample, Haste. As long as there are fewer than 8 cards in your graveyard, the Warring Triad isn't a creature. Tap. Melee card. Target player adds 1 mana of any color. So, I feel like this one is also a nod to Final Fantasy XIV as well. Because if this is in both decks, then we know for a fact it is. I have not gotten that far into looking. Just because you would fight these in, you know, a rate of 8. But yeah, I think this is fine for the deck. 3 cost, once you get stuff up and running, it turns into a body real quick. And it also helps accelerate that. And it's still a mana rock you can use the turn it comes in while milling a card. Slim Titan, yeah, it makes sense as a reprint in this. Enough said. Art looks nice as well. Archfiend Depravity. Makes, I mean, at the beginning of each opponent's end step, a player chooses. Yeah, it's a payoff for like all your reanimator stuff and to like start keeping it into a board state that you want to do. So I don't think it's a bad reprint. Art is definitely good. Cephalcore, I can never pronounce that word right. Primordial. I keep forgetting that Intimidate was a thing. When this creature enters, for each opponent, you may put up to 1 target creature card from that player's graveyard onto the battlefield. Yeah, I mean, just doing what you want to do. Combustible Gear Hawk also makes... I wouldn't say it's a good reprint. It could have been something better, but it's not the worst, especially if you're just playing them just out of the box, because it's at least something that can deal some damage, or put some cards in your graveyard, or you draw cards. Like either way, it's a win-win. Flayer of the Hatebound. Also makes sense. Ruin Grinder. I mean, yeah, it's a wheel. It does what you want it to do. Priest of Fell Raids, pay 3 lives. Yeah, recursion, like the reanimate over there. Solemn makes sense in this. Angel of the Ruins. Palace Jailer. More opportunities. Stitcher Supplier. Anger. Meteor Golem. Milliken. Yeah, all of that makes sense. You're never really gonna get like premium pieces either. But still, I mean, those are pretty good. Coin of Fate. When this artifact enters, surveil 1. 1 white, 3 colorless, tap, exile 2 creature cards from your graveyard, sacrifice this artifact, an opponent chooses 1 of the exiled cards. You put that card on the bottom of your library. and return the other to the battlefield tapped. You become the monarch. It's just a solid effect. Especially if you've got like two really, really good bodies in the grave that you want to get out. The Falcon, airship restored. 4/3 vehicle for 1 black, 2 colorless, flying. Whenever the Falcon deals combat damage to a player, you may sacrifice it. When you do, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. 1 black, 4 colorless, return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. I like it. I'm probably going to take that and put that into base order just because that's honestly a really good piece of recursion. Key to the city. Yeah, that's Phoenix. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Phoenix down. Okay, makes sense as an artifact. 1 white, 1 colorless, tap, exile this artifact, choose 1, return target creature card with mana value 4 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped, exile target skeleton, spirit, or zombie. That is a really, really good effect. Like, a really good effect. I don't know how relevant the skeleton, spirit, or zombie part is, but the fact that it has that ability, given that the healing items like Phoenix Down could auto kill, especially like Phoenix Pinion, you're just like sitting there dealing massive damage to even bosses. But then the fact that you can return something from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped, it's not bad. It's not at sorcery speed for either one of them either. Arcane Signet looks pretty good. Commander Sphere. Is that a chocobo egg? Oh no, it's a growth egg. Okay. I wonder if each one's going to be something different then. I like the Mind Stone. Soul Ring's pretty good. Swift Boots. Okay. Talisman of Conviction. Indulgence. Both of those are really good arts. I like the Wayfarer's Bottle. Esper to Malicite. Or, I'm sorry, Magicite. Fake fan. 1 black, 3 colorless instant. Exile each opponent's graveyard. When you do, choose up to 1 target creature card. Exile this way. Create a token that's a copy of that card, except it's an artifact and loses all other card types. I like it. Bedevil. Very nice on Bedevil. On that day, the world just changed forever. Ah, when he won. Laughing Mad. So it's a discard draw 2 for 3 that you can flash back for 4. I don't think it's a bad one. I think it's an okay, like, it helps get stuff in the graveyard, it synergizes with a few other things. And it's a great, I think that's a great nod. Big Score, Crackling Doom, and Mortify. They all make sense. Nice arts as well. Rejoin the fight. One black, black, 5 colorless. Mill 3 cards. Then starting with this. And starting with the next opponent in turn order, each opponent chooses a creature card in your graveyard that hasn't been chosen. Return each card chosen this way to the battlefield under your control. That's really good. That'll get people talking about like what is safe to give back to you and everything else. That was really good. I like that. Snort. There's Typhon. Each player may discard their hand and draw 5 cards. Then Snort deals 5 damage to each opponent who discarded their hand this way. It gives people the option, just like, hey, if you want to discard your hand because you don't have a good one or you don't have that many cards and draw 5, all you gotta do is just, take 5 to the dome. And then you can flash it back for 6. Hurtful. Tragic Arrogance. 2 white, 3 colorless. For each player, you choose one. You choose from among the permanents that player controls an artifact, a creature, an enchantment, and a planeswalker. Then each player sacrifices all other non-land permanents they control. I mean, it's good, but alright. I like the art on that reanimate. Rise of the Dark Realms. That's a good reprint. You can't destroy everything. People will always have dreams. That is a really, really good reprint. For 9, putting all creature cards from all graveyards on the battlefield under your control, yeah, that's a really strong effect. Especially if you can ramp into it. Legions to Ashes. Yeah. Ruinous Ultimatum. Okay, yeah, that's pretty good art. This little hamlet has too much boring and not enough burning. Torch everything. Knight's Whisper. Stitch together. Alright, lands. Traffic is practically at a standstill. Oof. Where y'all be at? Battlefield Forge, Clifftop Retreat, Desolate Mire. Okay, so it's that first one. Dragon Skull Summit, Exotic Orchard, Fetid Heath, Foreboding Ruins, Fury Call Snarl, Graven Cairns, High Market. What's High Market do again? Okay. Oh, that makes sense with this. Isolated Chapel, Reggae Prairie, Shadowblood Ridge, Shine Shadow Snarl, Smoldering Marsh, Sulphur Springs, Sun Scorched Divide, Ash Barrens, Demolition Field, Evolving Wilds, Geothermal Bog, Nomad Outpost, Path of Ancestry, Rogue's Passage, Sacred Peaks, Sunlit Marsh, Command Tower, 4 Plains, 3 Swamps, 3 Mountain. I'm just checking something real quick. Because this actually seems like a really good mana base. Yeah, you've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lands? Only 6 lands that hard enter play tapped? Filter land, like, no, this is a good mana base. Alright, let's look at the tokens and go into the next ones. I'm gonna end up building a Moogle deck now. Okay, the Twin Thrones. Limit Break. The Final Fantasy VII deck. You know, as I started seeing it and everything, the Naya started making a little bit more sense. I do think Jund would have been really good for this, but I think the Naya works now. Anyways, Cloud X Soldier. 4/4 for 5, 2 in Naya. Haste. When Cloud enters, attach up to 1 target equipment you control to it. Whenever Cloud attacks, draw a card for each equipped attacking creature you control. Then if Cloud has power 7 or greater, create 2 treasure tokens. I don't think it's bad. It's an Equipment Matters deck, but it's in a Go Wide Equipment Matters one. I'm sure that there's a strategy there that I'm just not thinking about. Like, there might be a bunch of little artifacts that'll attach for free to things as they enter or something. Tifa, Martial Artist, 4/4, 1 in Naya, melee, which is gonna matter for this. Whenever this creature attacks, it gets +1/+1 till end of turn for each opponent you attacked this combat. Whenever 1 or more creatures you control with power 7 or greater deal combat damage to a player, untap all creatures you control. If it's the first combat phase of your turn, there's an additional combat phase after this phase. Okay, so whenever 1 or more creatures you control with power 7 or greater deal combat damage to a player, keep that in mind, to a player. That means this triggers 3 times. Untap all creatures you control, regardless of what combat phase you were in. That always happens. So you can do some goofy tap triggers, make mana, things like that, multiple different times. If it's the first combat phase of your turn, there's an additional combat phase after this phase. That triggers for each time that happens. So I think it's been calculated so far the quickest way to kind of get there is connecting on each opponent with something with double strike, and he joins up. And what was Blade of Cells and Mirror Box or Mirror Gallery, something like any of those that'll let you have the break the legend rule, because you swing with the Tifa with Blade of Cells as long as you connect with the damage with something with double strike and Annie joins up, that would be 3 Tifa triggers twice, which would be 2, 4, 6. Per. It comes out to like 36 attack phases. Or combat phases you gain. Outside St. Louis, not the side we want to be on. I get that. But hopefully traffic lets up soon so you can get through. Sid, Free Flyer Pilot. 2/2 for a white and 1. Equipment and vehicle spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. I love how all the Dragoons have jump. It's so far that I've seen. During your turn, Sid has flying. 2, tap. Return target equipment or vehicle card from your graveyard to your hand. So it can let you recur your vehicle creatures as well as equipment. Synergize is great. And again, I love the fact that all the Dragoons have jump. Huh, they won with her. Okay. Elena, Turk Recruit. 1/4 for 2 colorless, 1 white. When Elena enters, return target non-assassin historic card from your graveyard to your hand. Whenever you cast a historic spell, put a 1/1 count. That is really strong, actually, especially in that color. And it lets you recur a non-assassin. Hide gear. Headgear. Shinra Executive. 3/3. 1 white, 3 colorless. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gets +X/+O until end of turn, where X is the number of soldiers you control. At the beginning of your end step, create a number of 1/1 white soldier creature tokens equal to the number of opponents who control more creatures than you. That's not bad. Beginning of your end step, create a number of equal to the number of opponents who control more creatures than you. So at most can make 3. Yeah, that's not bad. Self-synergizes, or makes the tokens that it wants for its combat ability. And does it, and gives you the bodies that you would need for equipment too. Elite Trooper, okay. 1/2. 1 white, 1 colorless flying. Whenever this creature attacks, another target attacking creature you control gains flying until end of turn. Okay. Equipment abilities you activate that target this creature cost 2 less to activate. That's not bad. Low cost body makes your equipment attached to it easier so you can get it going. Grants flying, yeah, that's pretty good. Avalanche of Sector 7. Wow, that's okay. At least they're legendary. Good old Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse. 1 red, 2 colorless for a star 3 menace. Avalanche of Sector 7's power is equal to the number of artifacts your opponents control. Okay. Kind of makes sense. Opponents is, yeah, no, that does make sense. Seeing as they're eco-terrorists, they get stronger for the more artifacts or progress or technology, different things like that that's going on. Whenever an opponent activates an ability of an artifact they control, Avalanche of Sector 7, and it punches them for it too, with the bombing. That's funny. Kate Sith. Or Kaishith. I can't remember the proper way to pronounce it. But yeah, it's like Kaishi, I think. I'm trying to say it the right way. Anyways, legendary artifact creature. Cat removal. Oh, there's another removal. I'll have to see how many there are after this. Or after the set's out, so. 3/3 for red and 3. Lucky slots. Beginning of combat on your turn, scry 1, then exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. When you exile a card this way, target creature you control gets +X/+0 until end of turn, where X is the card's mana value. Okay. Friends one and all, thanks to my crystal ball. Yeah, I'm probably gonna work that into that deck as well. Let's see how many Universes Beyond cards I can fit into it. Summon Kujata. 7/5 for a red and 5 colorless. Lightning. This creature deals 3 damage to each of up to 2 target creatures. That happens once. Ice. Up to 3 target creatures can't block this turn. And then fire. Discard a card, draw 2 cards. When you discard a card this way, this creature deals damage equal to that card's mana value to each opponent. It has trample and haste. You know, I was talking about the main set, Terra. Building that as a 5-color art or enchantment deck, and now I'm yeah, more about that. Sarasa, how you doing? Let's get you a shout out too. I'm back to streaming a little bit here and there. I like that though. I'm not sure what deck you will use. Using it outside of this or outside of like playing the all summon deck. Like I'm going to. But I like that. Vincent, Vengeful Atoner. Okay, so the black one is gonna be in the main set then. 3/3 for 1 red and 2. Menace. Whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, put a 1/1 counter on Vincent. Chaos. You don't have to do that. Extreme life is behind me. Okay, good to know. Well, still hope that you're doing well. Whenever Vincent deals combat damage to an opponent, it deals that much damage to each other opponent, and Vincent's power is 7 or greater. Oh, that is really good with double strike. And like, okay, yeah, that's really good synergy in here. It feels like a really strong card, and then just combining it with either one of those, yeah. Yuffie. Materia Hunter. 3/3 for a red and 2. Ninjutsus for a red and 1. When Yuffie enters, gain control of a target non-creature artifact for as long as you control Yuffie. Then you may attach an equipment you control Yuffie. Okay, so you've got a creature that enters that'll get equipped, which matters for Cloud. Since she can self-attach. And you get to take stuff too. Another card for that. Bugenhagen, Wise Elder. Reach. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you control a creature with power 7 or greater, draw a card. And taps your mana of any color. 1/3 for 2. Yeah, it's fine. It's a decent mana dork. We're moving again? Nice, I'm glad to hear that. Synergizes with what the deck wants to do, and then as a mana dork. Can't really ask for much more. Professor Hojo, 2/2 for a green and 1. The first activated ability you activate during your turn that targets a creature you control costs 2 less to activate. Okay, so that synergizes with the equipments. Or any buff effects. But you're most likely going to use that for equipments. Whenever one or more creatures you control become the target of an activated ability, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. Okay. So once you do it the first time, you do it for 2, or for 2 less, and then draw a card. Okay. Aerith, Last Ancient. Human Cleric Druid. Okay, that makes sense. Giving her Cleric and Druid. 3/5 for 4. 2 and Selesnya. Lifelink. At the beginning of your end step, if you gain life this turn, return target creature card from your graveyard to your battlefield. If you gain 7 or more life this turn, return that card. I'm sorry, I read ahead. If you gained life, return a creature from your graveyard to your hand. If you gain 7 or more life. I don't know, she... Okay, not on there yet, so I can't. Granny, I don't know if you're still there, but there's something for your Selesnya deck. Ooh, Tristani. Is that a Tristani? I think that's a Tristani. That in Felithar. I'm getting some ideas. But yeah, how you been, Siri? Baird, Avalanche Leader. 2 colorless and Gruul. Human Rebel, makes sense. 4/4 with Reach. Avalanche. Or Avalanche. Whenever an equipment you control enters, create a 2/2 red rebel creature token. I just realized I was on an ad break and everything again. Welcome back from the ads, y'all. They suck, but they help. You know, I had asked during the ad break how you been and everything, Sari. That probably wasn't caught. Anyways. Whenever an equipment you control enters, create... Okay, so... You play the equipment, you make it a body that can put the equipment on. Yep, okay. At the beginning of combat on your turn, attach up to one target equipment you control to target rebel you control. That's not bad. That's really good. Red 13, Proud Warrior. 3/3 for 1 and Gruul. Vigilance, Trample. Other modified creatures you control have Vigilance and Trample. So any creature you control with an equipment, a counter, or a aura on them. Cosmo Memory. Cosmo Memory was Red 13's. That's one of the limit breaks, right? Yeah, it was his final limit break. Anyways, where was it? When Red 13 enters, return target aura or equipment card from the graveyard to your hand. Wait, what? Okay, so it loops stuff back, or it gets something back to the hand that you might have lost. Yeah, that doesn't feel bad. Would you be shocked if I tell you that it's really warm outside up in Canada? No, I wouldn't be shocked. A combination of factors, like, as much as the snow joke and everything happens, it's only, there are parts of, Canada that do get summers and see sunlight and all that, but also global warming. This synergizes really well with dog meat. Sephiroth, Fallen Hero, 7/5 for 5. 3 colorless and Boros. Genova's Call. Genova's Cells. Whenever Sephiroth attacks, you may put a cell counter on target creature. Until end of turn, each modified creature you control has base power and toughness 7/5. Okay, so it's the fact that he can hop between the bodies via the cells. The Reunion, 3 colorless, sacrifice a modified creature, return this card from your graveyard. That's actually kind of cool. Boros Reanimator Commander? That's... Bastion Protector, commander creatures you control have 2/2 and indestructible. Bronze Guardian. Pure Steel Paladin. Hellkite Tyrant. Professional Facebreaker. What's the Hellkite Tyrant look like? A red dragon, nice. Armory Automation. Okay, so reprints so far in the creatures I think are definitely worth it. Wait, there's 2 Barretts in here? Yeah, there's 2 Barretts in here, okay. Whenever this creature enters or attacks, you may attach any number of target equipment to it. Zach Fair. 0/1 for 1 white. Zach enters with a 1/1 counter on it. 1 colorless, sacrifice Zach. Sacrifice Zach Fair. Target creature you control gains indestructible until end of turn. Put Zach's counters on that creature and attach an equipment that was attached to Zach to that creature. Okay, I see what you're going with on this one. Alright, have some errands to run. Garden to attend to. Have a good rest of your shift. I appreciate it, Terry. Thank you for stopping in. Hopefully your day continues to go well. Okay. And then Barrett Wallace. Reach. Whenever Barrett Wallace attacks, it deals damage equal to the number of equipped creatures you control to defending player. 4/4/4/4. No, those are all pretty solid. There's the first one of the day. On a 3-day-old account. Thank you, Cypher. Okay. I was gonna say, wait, the other one had reach too, right? So these two are main set ones. Alright, so spoiler on the main set, Zach and Barrett, but I mean, not every character can be a rare. One day there will be a common legend that isn't that. I don't even know if that one's a common from Commander Legends. Anyways, Zach Fairs is that is a full-on flavor win. Because what was it again? Save Cloud from dying. Imparted his memories and I think like the rest of the whatever he did that would synergize or with meaning for the wall encounter, and then giving the Buster Sword. So, all right, Cloud's Limit Break instant has tiered, so you may pay an additional amount of mana, but you can only choose one. All right. So at base, for a white and 1 at instant speed, destroy target tapped creature. Okay, not bad. For well, that was cross slash. For a white and 2, Blade Beam. Destroy any number of target tapped creatures with different controllers. Okay, not too bad. Hitting a little bit of everybody with that one. And then Omni Slash for what will be a total of double white and 4, so 6. Destroy all tapped creatures. I like that. That is really solid. 3 different tiers of removal. Ultimate Magic. Holy. 1 white, 2 colorless. Permanents you control gain indestructible until end of turn. If the spell was cast from exile, prevent all damage that would be dealt to you this turn. Has foretell for the same cost. I just realized that you're talking about Borderlands. I was about to go, what? Oh, Coral Island. Okay. Like, I guess it's a good cave trip then. I deny nothing. Okay. Lifestream's Blessing. 2 green, 4 colorless instant. Draw X cards, where X is the greatest power among creatures you control as you cast this spell. If this spell was cast from exile, you gain twice X life. This one actually has a lower foretell cost, though. So this one foretells... You end up paying more, though. By 1, but I mean, it gives you something you can do on turn 2. I know exactly how that sounded, and I had to make the joke. My internet tried to stop me. Oh, is Coral always got to be connected online? I didn't think it had to. Clever concealment. Okay, fair enough on that reprint. Chaos on the Chaos Ward. I'm getting less human. The dispatch art is nice. Enchantment. I'm sorry, enchantment? No, right before I posted the joke in chat, my internet cut out for a minute. Oh, okay. 1 white, 2 colorless. At the beginning of combat on your turn, choose one. If you control a commander, you may choose both instead. Create a 1/1 white soldier creature token. Put a 1/1 counter on each of up to 2 soldiers you control. So, put a 1/1 counter on each of up to... That part feels a little like redundant. Put a 1/1 counter on up to 2 soldiers you control. Furious Rise. That's tripping me up aside. No, I think that's a fine card. It works with Soldier Synergy. It's a flavor. Pretty good flavor. Sorcery, Ultimate Magic, Meteor. 1 red, 5 colorless. You can also foretell it for 2 to cast it for 1 red, 5 colorless. Ultimate Magic Meteor deals 7 damage to each creature. If this spell was cast from exile, whoops. If this spell was cast from exile, for each opponent, choose an artifact or land that player controls. Destroy the chosen permanents. I don't hate that. 7 damage across the board. 1 second though. Alright, back. Just figuring out what to do for food. So 1 second still. Alright, sorry about that, y'all. Had to take care of animals or the food and all that. Alright, ultimate. Magic Meteor, we were just talking about it. If you cast it from exile, you get to pop an artifact or a land from each opponent. Deal 7 damage to each creature. I like the 7 reference with it. Mostly that being the... Oh! No. No. Yeah. Usher Command's a good reprint.
I'll give him. Bursky! Come on.
Alright, unfinished business. 2 white, 3 colorless. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield and return. Unfinished business. I think that's. I feel like that one's a reprint. I do like how it's got all the Turks on it, though. I wonder if Reno and Root are going to get a. I could see them getting a card. Like how Balthier and Fran are in the main set, actually. Really good art on Vanquish the Horde. Good art on Decimate. Secret Rendezvous is pretty nice. Nice Vandal Blast. The Flower Garden being Cultivate makes sense. Nice Harmonize. Nature's Lore, Rampant Growth. All really good, man. Look nice. Alright, artifacts. Considering there's... Yeah, because it's more about artifacts than it is enchantments. Summoning Materia. 1 green, 2 colorless. You may look at the top card of your library anytime. As long as this equipment is attached to a creature you control, you may cast creature spells from the top of your library. Equipped creature gets +2/+2 and has vigilance and tap for a green. Okay, so this is like reality chip, but exclusively for creatures. Okay. I like this though. One of the things people remember fondly about all Final Fantasies are the summons, to be fair. Since their introduction. Making it a materia that is equipment makes sense. And the effect's not bad. Alright. Conformer Shuriken. Quick creature has, whenever this creature attacks, tap target creature defending player controls. If that creature has greater power than this creature, put a number of 1/1 counters on this creature equal to the difference. That's not bad. You got a big thing standing there, I'll swing and make the difference. Wrecking Ball Arm. Quick creature has base power and toughness 7/7 and can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. Equips for 7 or equip to a legendary creature for 3. Costs 2. Not bad. A lot of flavor references and that with the 7s. Champion's Helm is a good reprint. Conqueror's Flail is not a bad reprint either. I like the art. That's a really good reprint, especially for this. Darksteel Plate's good. Inspiring Sanctuary. Makes sense, actually. Sword of the Animist, I mean, the whole Sword of the Anime joke is now much more prevalent. But it's also... That's a solid reprint, I feel like. Behemoth Sledge is a good reprint. Arcane Signet. Okay, so it is different per deck. Colossus Hammer in there. Explorer's Scope. Hero's Blade. Hero's Heirloom. Lightning Greaves. That is a nice Mask of Memory reprint. We like the art. Skull Clamp. Soul Ring. Trailblazer's Boots. I just realized, hold on, let me... Okay, so it's just going with the basic arts. What's this one do again? Pump pump. Draw a card, activate only if you control a creature with powerful greater. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Battlefield Forge, Bonder's Enclave, Brushlands, Canopy Vista, Cinderglade, Clifftop Retreat, Exotic Orchard, Firelit Thicket, Fortified Village, Fury Calm Snarl, Game Trail, Mossfire Valley, Rootbound Crag, Rugged Prairie, Sacred Ground, or not Sacred Ground, Scavenger Grounds. Oh, and they got new arts on them too. You're gonna have to go back and look at those. Slayer Stronghold, Spire of Ministry, Sungrass Prairie, Sunpetal Grove. What was the shit? What was the Selesnya filter land again? Because there's Firelit, there's Rugged Prairie. Wooded Bastion? Was that what it was? Yeah. So why didn't they put Wooded Bastion in here? Did this one also not have all three of those filters? I thought this one did. Fetid Heath for white-black. Graven Cairns for red-black. And then Rugged Prairie, huh. Yeah, that's... I don't get why they wouldn't add that. Again, mana base looks fine. There's a new soldier token. And the rebel token. The Foretell. And the treasure. Alright, Counter Blitz. Recap on Tidus. 3/3 for Bant. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may move a counter from target creature you control onto a second target creature you control. Cheer. Whenever one or more creatures you control with counters on them deal combat damage to a player, you may draw a card and proliferate. Do this only once each turn. So we're getting the sphere grid shenanigans going with that. Yuna, Grand Summoner. 1/5 for 1 advance. Grand Summon, tap. Add 1 mana of any color. When you next cast a creature spell this turn, that creature enters with 2 additional 1/1 counters on it. Whenever another permanent you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, if it had 1 or more counters on it, you may put that number of 1/1 counters on target creature. Yeah, that's gonna work really good with the summon cards. Anyways, Orin, Venerated Guardian, 2/5 for 1 white, 3 colorless. Vigilance, Shooting Star. Nice. Whenever Orin attacks, put a 1/1 counter on it. When you do, exile target creature defending player controls with power less than Orin's power until Orin leaves the battlefield. So it's a continuous. It's like Colossal Whale effect. You swing, you exile something, and then when it leaves, everybody gets their stuff back. Specifically, it has to be a defending player. Chocobo Knights, 1 white, 3 colorless. Whenever you attack, creatures you control with counters on them gain double strike until end of turn. I can see that being used in a lot of stuff. Too bad that they didn't give it the bird type for Boko synergy. Yada and Luzu. Slightly surprising they went with them, but okay. Anyways, a 1/1 for a white and 2 colorless. Flash. When Gata and Luzu enters, choose target creature you control. If damage would be dealt to that creature this turn, prevent that damage and put that many 1/1 counters on it. That's not bad. What the fuck? Lord Jaskul Guado. 2/1, 1 white, 1 colorless. Line. At the beginning of each end step, if you put a counter on a creature this turn, investigate. Okay, that's funny. Ixion is the summon for this. A couple of summons, actually. Ixion and Yojimbu, it looks like. Ixion is a 3/3 first striker for 3 white and 2. Aerial Spark on Chapter 1. Exile target creature and opponent controls until the saga leaves the battlefield. Chapters 2 and 3. Put a 1/1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures you control. You gain 2 life. It seems like fun. Bit of removal and it gives some buffs. Yojimbo. 5/5 with Vigilance for white and 3. Chapter 1. Exile target artifact, enchantment, or tapped creature and opponent controls. Just straight up gone. Chapter 2 and 3. Until your next turn, creatures can't attack you unless their controller pays 2 for each of those creatures. So, Propaganda, or Ghostly Prison, twice. And then Chapter 4. Create X treasure tokens, where X is the number of opponents who control a creature with power 4 or greater. I don't hate that. Like, that feels like a really solid card to me. Lulu, Stern Guardian. 1 blue, 2 colorless. 2/3. Whenever an opponent attacks you, choose target creature attacking you. Put a stun counter on that creature. 1 blue, 3 colorless, proliferate. Alright. It's okay. Getting to stun something for swinging, it's not bad. Proliferating, it's not bad, but overall it just feels okay. Waka, Traveling Merchant. 1/2 for a blue and 1. Tap, remove a counter from a non-land permanent you control, draw a card. Synergizes. Seems okay. Plus that means card draw. It's not at sorcery speed either, so something's about to die and you have no way to recover those counters. You can just tap and move counter, draw a card. Riku, Resourceful Guardian. 2/3 for a blue and 2. Whenever you put 1 or more counters on a creature until end of turn, that creature can't be blocked by creatures your opponents control. That's really good. Steal. 1 and tap. Move a counter from a target creature an opponent controls onto target creature you control. So she steals counters. So somebody puts like a death touch counter, you can remove the death touch counter. You can remove 1/1 counters. You can remove flying counters. Indestructible counters. Oh, there's Veil 4. 5/4 flying for blue and 4. Chapter 1, Sonic Wings. Each opponent chooses a creature with the greatest mana value among creatures they control. Return those creatures to their hand. Okay. Not a big board balance, but it gets rid of what could be like the most problematic thing on the board for each person. Chapters 2, 3, and 4. Tap up to 1 target creature and put a stun counter on it. Okay, that seems fair. Maester Seymour. 1/3 for green and 2 colorless. They gave him the elf creature type. That I can agree with that. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a number of 1/1 counters equal to Maester Seymour's power on another target creature you control. Green and 3, Monstrous X, where X is the number of counters among creatures you control. That feels appropriate on so many different levels. The fact that he ends up being like the real antagonist, the most prominent and annoying antagonist, I should say, of that game. The third fight with him is still like burned into my brain with how long it took. I was just very under geared and leveled and everything the first time I did it. Making like also the fluffing and everything that he does makes sense. Summon Mega Sisters. 1 white, 4 colorless. Choose 1 at random. Combine powers. Put 3 1/1 counters on target creature. That's just chapter 1, right? Oh no, you choose 1 at random. Okay, my bad. So chapter 1, 2, and 3 is the same thing. So either you'll put 3 1/1 counters on target creature with combined powers, or defense, put a shield counter on target creature, you gain 3 life, or fight, this creature fights up to 1 target creature an opponent controls. That's a 5/5 with haste. I like it. But never the main antagonist. Yeah. Never the main antagonist, but still just he's more hateable antagonist, though, for sure. Trommel. Seymour's Butler. 2/3 for green and 2. Each other non-token creature you control enters with an additional 1/1 counter on it. Okay, synergizes with the deck, with what it wants to do. 1 tap, proliferate X times, where X is the number of non-token creatures you control that enter this turn. That's not bad. It's actually really good. Alright, let's see what Kamari does. Three for 2. I had started. For 2 and Civic. Ronto Rage. Oops, where'd I go? Ronto Rage. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a 1/1 counter on Kimari and tap target creature an opponent controls. Then you may have Kimari become a copy of that creature, except its name is Kimari, Valiant Guardian, and it has Vigilance and this ability. I'm gonna build Kimari. Non-experiment Crutch. My food's gonna be getting here somewhat soon too. Nice. Shalinda, Yevon Acolyte. 2/2 for Selesnya. Lifelink. When another creature you control enters, put a 1/1 counter on that creature if its power is less than Shalinda's power. Otherwise, put a 1/1 counter on Shalinda. That's really good. Sin, Unending Cataclysm, Leviathan Avatar. Flying Trample. As Sin enters, remove all counters from any number of artifacts, creatures, and enchantments. Sin enters with X 1/1 counters on it, where X is the number is twice the number of counters removed this way. When Sin dies, put its counters on target creature you control, then shuffle this card in Sin's owner's life. Damn! That does a lot. Alright, and back. Food arrived and had to go grab it. Alright, so we left off on Himari. Ad break had started, which over now. Yeah, I'm gonna build. Himari's probably gonna be one of my early builds. I do enjoy playing Simic because it just lets me do my things. Music, baby. That being said, like I was saying, Himari is a 4-cost Simic commander. 2 in Simic. 3/3 Vigilance. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a 1/1 counter on Himari and tap target creature an opponent controls. And then you may have Himari become a copy of that creature, except its name is Himari Valiant Guardian, and it has Vigilance and this ability. Now, Himari was the Dragoon of 10, so we've got a little bit of a fail here because it doesn't have flying on your turn like the other Dragoons. But it leans so heavily into blue mage flavor that I don't care. It's a 10 out of 10. Some proper blue mage representation. And then Shalinda, I had talked about as well. 2/2 for 2. A white and a green. Lifelink, when another creature you control enters, put a 1/1 counter on that creature. If its power is less than Shalinda's power, otherwise put a 1/1 counter on Shalinda. It works for both. It gets bigger, as well as buffing things that are smaller. We're gonna go lay down some of my food. And then Ascend. Unending Cataclysm. This is an amazing card for the legendary Kagura that Sea Monster Cascades. When cast from hand. A 5/5 flying trample for 7. 5 colorless, 1 green, 1 white, or 1 blue, almost said white. Flying trample. Like I said, Ascend enters, remove all counters from any number of artifacts, creatures, and enchantments. Ascend enters with X, 1/1 counters on it, where X is twice the number of counters removed this way. When Sin dies, put its counters on target creature you control, then shuffle this card into its owner's library. Yeah, that's just funny. Oh, I can put this on the SQ. Any number of artifacts, creatures, and enchantments. It's not just yours. If you need to, you can use this to end the game. Or take somebody out of a game. But it also strips it from your opponent's stuff as well. So you can politic a little bit with it as well. Like, hey, I'll leave this stuff alone. It doesn't deal with planeswalkers, so it's not completely busted. Waka, the Voted Guardian. 4/4 For white, green to colorless, that feels color thematic fitting. Or white, blue. Reach, trample. Whenever Waka deals combat damage to a player, destroy up to one target artifact that player controls and put a 1/1 counter on Waka. Yep, because of his Albed racism. Blitzball Captain. At the beginning of your end step, if a counter was put on Waka this turn, put a 1/1 counter on each other creature you control. That's really good. And you don't have to destroy. With the connectability either. Oh, I like that. That's pretty good. Very nice art on the Luminous Broodmoth. Another card Brandy won't use until she has Mothra. Some of these I can't remember if they're what is a reprint and what's not. There's just that many cards, so just in case some ones I'm not super familiar with, or in case it is in fact a new card. Scholar of New Horizons, 1/1 for 2. Creature enters with a 1/1 counter on it. Tap, remove a counter from a permanent you control. Search your library for a plains card and reveal it. If an opponent controls more lands than you, you may put that card onto the battlefield tapped. If you don't put that card into the battlefield tapped, put it to your hand. Okay, so it finds plains. Notably, it does not find basic plains. Easy to fulfill the conditions for it in this. So that can actually like mana fix you a lot, because even though it does have some questionable lands, like I think we're at the point where you could realistically put in a shock here and there. Without too much, you know, too much huff about it. But even still, it's got enough targets to mana fix. Should at least, yeah. Because there's Radiant Grove for white, green. And then there's Idyllic Beachfront for white, blue. I think some of these up here might have it as well. Yeah, Canopy Vista. Yeah. So no, that's definitely Sunscorched Regent. Yeah, it's gonna include. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, put a 1/1 counter on this creature and you gain 1 life. Yeah, that's a really good include for a deck that wants to be putting counters all over the place. Same with Chasm Skulker. That is a good nod. Doing that with Chasm Skulker. It's like the first actual boss battle. Up 10. It synergizes with the 1/1 counters that you're putting all over the place, so that when it dies, you make the squid creature tokens with Island Walk. There's draw stuff in here too, so you'll eventually get counters on it. Plus, there's a fair bit of proliferate. I like that Bane of Progress. Especially with it being one of the arena monsters. Forgotten Ancient's a great include for this. Huh. I see, so that you can synergize with like some politicking and put one counters on other player stuff. Yeah, yeah. Gyre Sage and Incubation Druid are great includes for mana ramping. Rampant Rejuvenator. It's a good reprint for this. Get a whole lot of basics out of your deck. Tireless Tracker is always good to include. If not Tracker, Provisioner. Altered Ego, Fathom Mage, Walking Ballista, Grateful Appreciation. And Dust Shell Crawler. Yeah, those all look pretty good. I don't see anything that makes this like immediately like, oh my god. Like I don't see any way to go infinite with it. So that's simultaneously good and not good. Like I think it's starting to be okay to include infinites and precons so that players getting into the game can learn how the most common way to win anymore synergy works. As much as I'd love to hang around, I work at midnight. Good night. Go get you some sleep, man. I'll see you in the morning. Or afternoon, one or the other. Protection magic. Put a shield counter on each of up to 3 target creatures. That's really good. I like that. 1 white and 1. It's not a blank. It's not overly strong by being everything, but you get to protect at least 3 things. Or up to 3 things. You can just whistle. This one is 2 green and 1. Real cards from top of your library until you reveal a creature card. Put that card into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. When you reveal a creature card this way, put X 1/1 counters on target creature you control where X is. That's not bad. Find you a creature. And then you get to buff something. Bull from Tomorrow's a good include. Endless Detour is a good include. Arts are nice too. Destroy Evil makes sense. Path to Exile. Being the beginning of the game, that's nice. I like that. An offer you can't refuse. Hold on. Yep. when he gets saved. And the infamous laugh scene. But it's a pretty good one to use for inspiring call. Alright. Enchantment. I thought Bahamut was in this. Oh, it's main set. Okay. Anyways, now that that's resolved. One white, one colorless. At the beginning of your end step, max out target card from a graveyard. If you do, create a 1/1 white spirit creature token with flying. Fireflies. Put a 1/1 counter on it if the exile card's mana value is 4 or greater. It's some graveyard hate. It's flavorful. Yeah, I like that. Oh, there's the Spirit Grid. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, put a 1/1 counter on that creature. Unlock ability. Creatures you control with a 1/1 counter on them have reach and trample. Okay, that's... I like that. Resourceful defense. I feel like this was card already printed. Whenever a permanent you control leaves the battlefield, if it had counters on it, put those counters on target permanent you control. For 5, move any number of counters from target permanent you control onto a second permanent. Makes sense in this. Together forever. There's that scene too. This enchantment enters support too. For 1, choose target creature with a counter on it. When that creature dies this turn, return that card to its owner's hand. Okay, so when Xanarkin got attacked. For an inexorable tide. Fight rigging. Oh, it's that. Okay, it's that part when they were trying to sort of rig the game. Hardened Scales, Path of Discovery, and Bread for the Hunt. All pretty good includes. Good art on that. Blitzball Stadium. When this artifact enters support X, go for the goal. 3. Oh, its mana value is blue and X. Anyways, 3, tap. Until end of turn, target creature gains. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card for each kind of counter on it. And it can't be blocked this turn. It's not bad. I like it. Arcane Signet. Nice. Ever-flowing Chalice makes sense. And a Soul Ring. Very light on the ramp for this one. Like, you got things that can find mana and fix mana and stuff like that, so that helps, but I'm just noticing that, like, yeah, that's very light on, like, the artifacts. So it's definitely wanting you to find lands instead. I mean, it's got 3 visits. Farseek, Promise of Loyalty. Farewells could include. Nice art, too. Damning Verdict. Collective Effort. And Yuna's Decision. Choose one. Continue the pilgrimage. Sacrifice a creature. If you do, draw a card, and then you may put a creature card and or a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. Find another way. Return 1 or 2 target permanent cards from your graveyard to your hand. Sack a creature, draw a card, put a creature for 4. Like, the find another way is okay. But continue the pilgrimage. That is a really strong effect. Sack a creature. If you do, draw a card, then you may put a creature card and or a land card. Sack a creature. So sack a token. For example. Draw a card. Put a land into play. Does not say tapped. And a creature. Yeah, that's good. Of the 37 lands, Brushland, Canopy, Vista, Exotic Orchard, Flooded Grove, Fortified Village, Glacial Fortress, Hunterland Harbor, Overflowing Basin, Port Town, Prairie Stream, Sky Cloud Expanse, Sungrass Prairie, Sunpetal Grove, Temple of Enlightenment, Mystery and Plenty, Vine Glimmer Snarl, Ash Barrens, Evolving Wilds, Forge of Heroes. I don't remember what Forge of Heroes does. Okay, it just puts a 1/1 counter or loyalty counter on your commander if it entered that turn. Idyllic Beachfront, Nesting Grounds, Path of Ancestry, Radiant Grove, Seaside Citadel, Tangled Islet, Temple of the False God, Command Tower, 3 islands, forests, and plains. I think this one is like simultaneously very strong, but it's also in the creature department, and it's kind of hampered by your mana excel and everything. Like, if you're hitting your lands and all that, you're probably doing a lot. Also, I think Opulent Palace would have been better, a better include than Path of Ancestry. I'm probably wrong, but let's see. Human. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 14. Okay, so 14 cards. I guess there's enough. But I still think Opulent Palace would have been pretty good. That is the name of it, right? Opal Palace. Just so that you can keep getting your commander bigger. Helping you come in with 1/1 counters. There's the spirit, there's the squid, there's the treasure, there's the clue. Alright, now into the real good stuff. Current. Scions and Spellcraft for 14. You're still a Knight's Blessed. 2/4 for 1 in Esper, Vigilance. At the beginning of each end step, if a player lost 4 or more life this turn, you draw a card. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell with mana value 3 or greater, your Stola deals 2 damage to each opponent, and you gain 2 life. And then Grahatia, 2/3 lifelink for Esper. Throw wide the gates. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you may pay X life, where X is that spell's mana value. If you do, create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token and put X 1/1 counters on it. Do this ability only once each turn. So I definitely feel like no matter what, if you're playing the precon and you're just swapping between who you're playing as the commander between these two, or even if you upgrade or build off of either one of them, you're gonna include the other because they just synergize so well together. Okay. Okay. Alice Levior. 3/2 for white and 2. Partner with Alphinaud Levior. First strike, dual cast. The second spell you cast each turn costs 2 less to cast. I like it. It would have been a little bit broken to ask for it to be every even spell you cast. You'd also have to keep track of it. They're just trolling people now. Summon Good King Muggle. Anyways, summon Good King Mog the 12th. 4/4 flying lifelink for 5. It's 4 and white. Chapter 1. Create 2 1/2 white Moogle creature tokens with lifelink. Chapter 2 and 3. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell this turn, create a token that's a copy of a non-saga token you control. So you can't make copies of it. Good to know. Or at least to that effect. They kept it from going into a soft infinite. Or a soft loop, I should say. And then Chapter 4, put 2 1/1 counters on each other Moogle you control. So that'll go into the Moogle deck. Tataru. 0/3. Is she an advisor? She is an advisor. Okay. Zero 3 for white and 1. When Tataru enters, you draw a card, and target opponent may draw a card. Scion Secretary. Whenever an opponent draws a card, if it isn't that player's turn, create a tapped treasure token. This ability triggers only once each turn. I like her. The Extortion. And we're getting Daddy Thancred. One white, 4 colorless, 3/5. Flash. Royal Guard. When Thancred Waters enters, another target legendary permanent you control gains indestructible for as long as you control Thancred Waters. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Thancred Waters gains indestructible until end of turn. I like it. Alright, so if you're playing the Twins, you're playing a white-blue deck. Good to know. And it's all about your second spell each turn. Alpha Node, 1 blue, 3 colorless. Partners with Alice Levior. Was a 2/4 vigilance. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, draw a card. So she makes the second spell. Alice makes the second spell cost 2 less. Alpha Node will piggyback off of that, netting you a card draw. She's the more aggressive one with the first strike, so you want her to be swinging, whereas he typically sits back with him being a caster and healer. Yep. Flavor win. Fuck Hermes. Anyways, 2/4 Elder Wizard, 1 blue, 3 colorless. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, create a 1/1 blue bird creature token with flying and vigilance. Whenever you attack with 1 or more birds, scry 2. Okay. It's not bad, admittedly. And I know Hermes didn't mean to cause the end of the world. Jace Guard of the First Brood. One blue, 4 colorless, 5/5. Flying Vigilance, Ward 2. Shiva's Aid. When Guard enters, and whenever you cast a non-creature spell, target creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn, and can't be blocked this turn. I like it. Never shall one grieve by amassing. Wait, what? Never shall our grief be amassed, nor loss forgotten. Van Daniel, Talafroy Asian. Pain in the ass is what he is. Elder Wizard, 4/5 for a black, 4 colorless. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, surveil 1. At the beginning of your end step, each opponent may sacrifice a non-token creature of their choice. Each opponent who doesn't loses 2 life for each instant and sorcery card in your graveyard. Yeah, I'll probably put that into the Kuja Spellslinger. Ardbert, Warrior of Darkness. 2/2 for black, a white, and 1 colorless. Fitting. Warrior of Light, Warrior of Darkness, though, at the same time. Whenever you cast a white spell, put a 1/1 counter on each legendary creature you control. They gain Vigilance until end of turn. Okay. Whenever you cast a black spell, put a 1/1 counter on each legendary creature you control. They gain Menace until end of turn. That is really good. 2 separate effects, so cast a multicolored spell, they would each simultaneously trigger. And it's not locked to non-creature. Midselk of the 3rd seat. 3/4 for 2 colorless and Demir. Spells you cast from your graveyard cost 2 less to cast. Whenever one or more opponents lose life, you may cast target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard. If that spell will be put into your graveyard, exile it instead. Do this only once each turn. I like it. Lets you do cheeky graveyard things. Extra spells, some like. Another Dragoon without flying via jump. Estinian Velinor. I've never been able to pronounce his last name. Anyways, Estinian. 1 black, 1 white, 2 colorless, 3/3. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a 1/1 counter on Estinian. It gains flying its own. Okay, there it is. At the beginning of your second main phase, you draw X cards and lose X life, where X is the number of your opponents who were dealt combat damage by Estinian or a dragon this turn. So, white black dragon support. Hildebrand. 1 white, 1 colorless. For the creature side of this adventure, 2/2. Creature tokens you control get +1/+1. When Hildebrand dies, Mandeville dies, you may cast it from your graveyard as an adventure until the end of your next turn. And the adventure side of it is Gentleman's Rise. 1 black, 2 colorless, create a 2/2 live zombie creature token. It's perfect. Oh, it's absolutely perfect. You got the Gentle Deadman. You got Hildebrand. You got Nashi throwing an explosive at Hildebrand in the back. Yeah. Peak 10 out of 10. Absolutely perfect. Alright, Cryo now. Dwarf Wizard. Makes sense. 2/1 for white and blue. Lifelink. Trace Aether. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you may return target creature card with mana value equal to that spell's mana value from your graveyard to your hand. Do this only once each turn. That's not bad. Lice. Lease. Lease Hext. I wonder if they're going to put Yida in the main set then. Anyways, 2/2, Prowess. Oh, this is Azorius. 1 blue, 1 white, 1 colorless, 2/2, Prowess. Non-creature spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. As long as you cast 2 or more non-creature spells this turn, least Hex has double strike. That's really good. And there's Poplimo. Poplimo to Limo. 1/2, a black, a white. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Poplimo deals 1 damage to each opponent and you gain 1 life. Okay. Pay 4, tap, sacrifice Poplimo. Each opponent who lost life this turn sacrifices a creature with the greatest power among creatures they control. His sacrifice to see Oriange. Whenever you play a land card, okay, Oriange is also Azorius, 1 white, 1 color, or 1 white, 1 blue. I'm not surprised by that actually. Anyways, 1/3. Whenever you play a land from exile or cast a spell from exile, you gain 2 life. Draw Arcanum, tap. Look at the top card of your library. You may exile it face down. Play Arcanum, tap. Up until end of turn. You may play cards exiled with Oriange. Spells you cast this way cost 2 less to cast. Okay, I like that. Well, that could be fun to build. That's a nice Archmage Emeritus. And the Torrential Gearhawk. Okay. Murder Striders, Dullahan. Yep. Nope. Yep. Baleful Strix. Okay. They could have also made it the Shubo. Nonic Sprite. Champions from Beyond. 2 white X. When this enchantment enters, create X 1/1 colorless hero creature tokens. Light Purity. When you attack with 4 or more creatures, scry 2, then draw a card. Or, I'm sorry, Light Party. And then Full Party. Whenever you attack with 8 or more creatures, those creatures get +4/+4 until end of turn. I like it. And token decks are really going to like it. Observe Stasis, Flash. Enchant creature and opponent controls. When this aura enters, remove enchanted creature from combat, then draw a card for each tapped creature its controller controls. Enchanted creature loses all abilities and can't attack or block. Okay. Eye of Nidhogg. They brought in the eye. 1 black, 2 colorless. Enchant creature. Enchanted creature is a black dragon with base power and toughness 4/2, has flying and death touch, and is goaded. When Eye of Nidhogg is put into a graveyard from a battlefield, return to its owner's hand. You can use that on your stuff, or you can use that on your opponent's stuff, make things awkward. Authority of the consoles. The takeover, I remember that from the for propaganda. Bastion of Remembrance. Astrum. Okay. Artifacts. 16 of them. Dancer's Chakram. Job Select. So Job Select means it's going to come in with a colorless 1/1 hero token. Anyways. 1 white, 3 colorless. Equipped creature gets +2/+2 and has lifelink, and other commanders you control get +2/+2 and have lifelink. It is a performer in addition to its other types. Okay. Krishna, weapon. Equip 3. Other commanders. So you can put this on something not your commander. Or if you're playing it, you can put it on your commander if you're playing like twins or something. It's also the dance partner. That's why it says other, because it's the dance partner. Blue Mage's Cane. 1 blue, 2 colorless, another equipment, job select. Equipped creature gets +0/+2, is a wizard in addition to its other types, and has, whenever this creature attacks, exile up to 1 target instant or sorcery card from defending player's graveyard. If you do, copy it. You may cast the copy by paying 3 rather than paying its mana cost. And then Spirit of the I cannot pronounce that. That's not bad. Actually, I do like that. It gives you access to even more spells, and you want to be casting spells. So, Astrologian's Planisphere. Diana this time. 1 blue, 1 colorless. Job select. Equipped creature is a wizard in addition to its other types. It has, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, and whenever you draw your 3rd card each turn, put a 1/1 counter on this creature. I think it's good. Let things get bigger. It synergizes with what you're doing. You can get up to 2 counters on it per turn. 3rd spell and 3rd card draw. Ooh, Reaper Scythe. 1 black, 2 colorless. At the beginning of your end step, put a soul gate or soul counter on this equipment for each player who lost life this turn. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 for each soul counter on this equipment, and is an assassin in addition to its other types. And it's putting it on the equipment too, so even if the creature dies, you get to retain it. Yeah, I like that. Archaeomancer's Map is a good reprint. Magicite. For Coveted Jewel. That's actually a very fitting reprint too. Tome of Legends? Okay. White Orsite though. When this artifact enters exile, target non-land permanent opponent controls until this artifact leaves the battlefield. Taps for a white. 2 white, 2 colorless. And it's main set as well. That's pretty good. I might see some Pauper play or something, I don't know. Sages, Nothus. Nolethus. I cannot make out what that one is. Ignia. Equipped creature gets +1/+0 and has, whenever this creature attacks, untap target attacking creature and is a cleric condition to its other types. Okay, so yeah, that synergizes really well with Scholar. Arcane Signet, Relic of Legends. What's the Relic of Legends look like? Hashwan Shield. God damn it. I like the Arcane Signet and the Soul Ring. Talisman of Dominance, Hierarchy, Progress. They could have done the city states with the talismans, actually. Kind of. Thought Vessel. Transpose. 1 black, 2 colorless instant. Draw a card, then discard a card. You lose 1 life. If this spell was cast from your hand, create a 0/1 black wizard creature token with whenever you cast a non-creature spell. Okay, so it makes the black mage token that burns each opponent when you cast a spell. All right. If it was cast from your hand, because it's got rebound, it doesn't do it. Doesn't make a second token, but that's not bad. Dig Through Time, Sublime Epiphany. Wait, is that? Yeah, okay, I know what it is now. Sublime Epiphany, Lethal Scheme, Void Rend, Swords to Plowshares. Hear, feel, think. Into the Story, Snuff Out. Cleansing Nova, Final Judgment. Rite of Replication, Crux of Fate. Vindicate. Circle of Power. You draw 2 cards, you lose 2 life, create a black wizard or black mage creature token. I know it's saying black wizard, but it's black mage. That does the thing. Wizards you control get +1/+0 and gain lifelink until end of turn. Okay. Cut a deal. Lingering Souls. Exsanguinate. Siphon Mind. Choke Estuary, Darkwater Catacombs, Desolate Mire, Drowned Catacombs. Exotic Orchard, Fetid Heath, Glacial Fortress, Isolated Chapel, Port Town, Prairie Stream, Scavenger Ground, Shines Shadow Snarl, Sky Shroud Expanse, Sunken Hollow, Sunken Ruins, Underground River, Arcane Sanctum, Ash Barrens, Command Tower, Contaminated Aquafire. Oh, it's just one of those ones. Okay. Demolition Field, Evolving Wilds, Idyllic Beachfront, Path of Ancestry. Sunlit Marsh, Temple of the False God, 3 Islands, 4 Swamps, 4 Plains. 1 Wizard, 1 Advisor, 1 Warrior, 2 Wizards, 3 Wizards, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 'I don't know if 8 is... I know they include Path of Ancestry in pretty much everything, but I don't think it does enough in this. Overall, though, I would say that I think the flavor wise of all these have been really, really good. Art's been great. There's been a lot of flavor nods all over the place, both the ones that are referencing their specific games or the different arts. I'm very excited for it. In particular, Kimari and a lot of the Thefty cards. Let's see if Kuja's in yet. Yeah. If you know, you know with the title. Let's pop over here real quick so that I can copy the land base. Just to save myself some time. Okay. Alright, cool. Scrapwall does work. I just need to pull it off so that I could go and add Final Fantasy cards. I know I want Circle of Power. Can't play Kefka because it's blue. Yeah, bud.
Uno being good?
Yeah, he's been fine.
I don't want food, it was good.
Good. Can you go get Bubby?
What?
Darkness Crystal. Ruby Medallion. Jet Medallion. Xanarkin is the green land. Jador is the blue land. I really like Starting Town.
Boom, 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 boom.
Do I want to play a Freet in this? I kind of
Bowser's.
want to, and I kind of don't at the same time.
Bowser just sat on Bruno's head.
Black Mage's is broad.
Come on. Come on. Let's go. Come on, Booski. Come on, Booski. Booski, come on.
I mean, could put Dark Confidant in it just because.
Bye.
Bye, bud.
Let me know when we do dessert.
Okay, soon. Okay. Reckless Fire, Reavers, Storm. Stormkill Artist. Disciple. Disciple the Vault. Actually, I realize that I'm just making a more thematic this. Or not this one. I think this one's slightly more fun though. I really just need to go to sign up for their Patreon at this point. Or a Brask. Seething Song. Pyretic Ritual. Damn, those are that much. Glad I have some. Yeah, okay, there we go. Desperate Ritual, Pyretic Ritual, Seething Song. Shit, wasn't there something with Magecraft? Something else with Magecraft in red other than Stormkiln? Oh, yeah. Ashling Flame Dancer. The instants are also kind of the same. Up to 72? Okay. Oh, sweet. Grab Lock, grab Kefka. Yeah, professional face breakers. That's good for this. Let's go type real quick. Definitely gonna need more creatures than anything. Anger is a bomb, that's fitting. Transpose. Van Daniel. Okay. 25 more cards. We could put a pause on this until more of the main set cards are revealed. Florian. Prosper. Markwood Bats. Zorn. Soul Ring. Arcane Signet. Glittering Stockpile. Share the spoils. Friends Resolve. Urabrask, Wild Magic Sorcerer. Keeper Secrets would be fine too. The beginning of each end step, create a 0. Flip them into Transkuja, Fate Defined. He also matters for wizards. Elemental, Shaman, Creator, Shaman, Artificer, Warlock, Warrior, Bat, Demon, Noble, 1 Wizard, Cleric, a lot of Shamans. Okay. Let me look to what black and red wizard support there are. Anyways, if a wizard you control would deal damage to a permanent or player, it deals double that damage instead. There are 197 cards that meet the criteria for a red, a black, or both wizard. She makes the creature deal a damage to itself, so as Miranda dies a call to card. Not exactly the best for this one. Hmm. It had to be an enchantment on Blightcaster. Oh shit, there was one I was just thinking about, and I forgot what it was called. Gutter Snipe. Also a shaman. It is a wizard. And this is basically, like, if I adjust this a little bit, this is basically just shaman wizards. Burning Prophet. Wait, is Thermal Alchemist? Also a shaman. I'll think about it on that one. I think that means a kissing flame or Kessig. Burning Prophet could be okay. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Burning Prophet gets +1/+0 until end of turn, then scry 1. Here we go. Crackling Spell Slinger's pretty good. Dreadhorde Arcanist. 7 more cards. Alright, let's go start looking at category. A little bit of recursion, some ramp. 13 pieces of ramp, 13 pieces of removal. And pieces of draw. Okay. Dualcaster Mage. Yeah, more cards wouldn't be bad. Is it Chemister? Keen Duelist? Puppeteer click, maybe? Hmm. No, not that one. That one's for tokens. Oh, Bat of Birth? Mm. Yeah, if I'm making treasures and everything, Bat of a Birth ain't bad for that. So realistically, I need 2 more cards. Let's go back to type real quick. Solemn, I guess. Disciple of Bolus's Wizard. Alright, let's give this a playtest real quick and see. Keep this hand. Mountain Soul Ring just immediately start off with the problem. Ooh, that was close. Play card tapped. I kind of want to play up Prodigy. Play out the Glittering Stockpile. Have 3 up. Oh yeah, that would have triggered Prowess. This would have been tapped to have a stash counter added. That counter. Play Prosper. Does not trigger. Does not make, or this doesn't make it double because it's only Shaman or Wizard. Exile Ruby Medallion. Play land for turn. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Cast Ruby Medallion. Trigger, make treasure. This is also assuming that nobody has fucked with anything at any point. Anyways, Cascade. Two, three. It's cascading for one or less, which there are a couple of things. Cast Dark Ritual, get another treasure. Whoops. Bottom of the library. What's up, bud?
I got crushed.
Do it again because I made a trigger. Yeah. Choose not to cast the reanimate. I have 3 black floating. Okay. Sorry about that.
Come on, Focus. Monkey, come on.
All right. Go ahead and get this boba ordered. All right, so 3 black floating. Red here. 2, 1 black floating. Let the black fizzle. End of turn. End of turn, make a black mage token. Don't flip because I've only got 2 wizards. And if you control 4 or more wizards. Okay, so I have 3 wizards, would need a 3rd one. Oh, also, Solemn would be exiled off of Prosper. So Chaos won the actual draw. If we do this, cast Solemn, trigger Prosper, trigger to cascade for 3 or less, and then get the additional off of Harmonic Prodigy. Right, Harmonic Prodigy does double. Oh, nope, I was wrong. So I would not have been able to do that. Alright, so that's a fuck up on my part for not understanding. I still would have been able to cast Kuja though. I would just have 1 less treasure token. No, hold on. Because I used the 3 black floating. Or 2 of the, yeah, I wouldn't have put this on the bottom. Can at least fix this. Okay, there we go. Now do that. Nope. Nope. Pyro blast something. Cast friend resolve. Play land. Play young pyromancer. Okay. It's gonna need some tweaking and everything, but it's not looking the worst. I think VV is going to be easier to build, though. I already got the name for it. Just want to grab the land base from this one, mostly because this one was... There's going to be cards from this that'll be used, obviously, but it was definitely more haha gimmicky. Whoops. I'll do both and then I'll cut the sorceries that I need to cut. Official at once. Elemental Eruption. Fiery Encore. Empty the Warrens I'm actually fine with. Dragonstorm can go. Empty the Warrens, Express Iteration, Faithless Looting, Gavalic Relay. Haze of Rage. Night Memories. Ground Rift. Spreading Insurrection. Volcanic Awakening. Portal Fissure. Preordain. Let's grab the instance too. Shit. You know what? Grab the instance. The creatures. The artifacts. Save changes. Alright. Pyromancer's Goggles, I'm thinking. Maybe not. Anyways, I need to adjust these as well because there's brain freeze is actually fine. Red Storm. Some Zenith. Oh, what was the combo? Honestly, I feel absolutely fine with the creature base because I just copied it from a different Storm deck that's wanting to do the same thing. Those are really, and I've got two of them just sitting over there. Keep in mind, this is only a bracket 2. It looks like a bracket 2. Just looks annoying. One sec. Okay. Ral Monsoon Mage. I just need to be able to make a way to flicker or bounce. There's so many different Chandras though. That's the one I was trying to remember. Which one was it? Torch of Defiance. Giant Fire Negotiator is almost like a pet card that I want to go off. Oh, Magma Opus would be good. Blasphemous Act. Do I have Vandal Blast in there? Yeah, no. Oh. Thought it was 2 words for some reason. Consider Brainstorm. Opt would be fine too. Nothing wrong with a good old-fashioned Opt. Counterspell. Or does that conflict? It'd be funny. You know what? One more land won't hurt. Alright, what's the playtest on this look like? An immediate mulligan. This actually feels keepable. Keep this. Misty Rainforest, past turn. A1. Search library for Thundering Falls, into play tapped, shuffle, surveil 1, keep, draw, island, Ruby Medallion. Pass turn. Spire Bluff Canal. Pass VV. Actually, on Pyromancer. Storm Chaser Mentor. Pass. Cast Sapphire Medallion. Trigger Prowess. Add a 1/1 counter. For damage. Add X-Men in any combination of blue or red where X is. Activate only during your turn and only once each turn. So if I activate this and give me 2. Yeah, so activate that. Use 2. Frantic Surge. Draw 1, draw 2. Discard. Pass the Flames. Discard Brainstorm. Untap 3. Trigger Powerless again. Oh no. I would still have a mana floating. Or no, I wouldn't need to have done that. Because of this. Yeah. But still add the elemental token though. So I've cast 1. Okay. One, 2. Commander Sphere for 4. No, for 3. Trigger Prowess, trigger that, deal the damage. Trigger for play Galvanic Relay. Now we're at the 4. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, so generic counter, prowess trigger for the 3rd time. 4th time? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 4th time. Anyways, Harmonic Prodigy, Jaya, a counter spell, and Thunderclap Drake. Yeah, I'm kind of liking how Vivi can play. That doesn't feel accurate to call this a 2, though, whatsoever. Be right back. Okay. Mm. I wouldn't say something like this would be a bracket too. Maybe a high 3, low 4. Okay. White Island. Yeah, play the Fire Weaver. Vren. Just start telegraphing it now. Yeah, okay. So it goes exactly like you would expect it to. That milk tea is good. No, I think that the I I was gonna like the Final Fantasy stuff regardless. I can admit to a series biases, but a lot of different things look fun. What do we want to jump into and finish things out? $14, maybe? I do need to do that, rest of story content. Because now, for me, I'm loving every bit of the arts, the references, the callbacks. I'm just really, really hoping that Zidane doesn't get relegated to a Ragavan reprint. That'll legitimately bum me out. Seriously though, really good milk tea. Glad I listened to Little Jen on it. Maybe. My client launcher's not wanting to go. There we go. Ah, I see. Well then. Before I forget, alright, let's see if I can actually get in and get this done. This might legitimately go back to something I was saying to Cypher last night, or the other night. That it might actually be easier to level Gunbreaker Wait. I went the wrong spot. Okay, there we go. Maybe I did do it? Hold on. Oh, I did. God damn it. Yep. Oh, that one actually does have a... Okay. So what's the expected wait time gonna be? Oh. No, I'm thinking about playing some Coral Island or Stardew soon. I love the fact that Torgal comes with a pet function. I really do like that Araman Halloween mount. Shit, it legitimately might. I think I'm gonna call it here. This feels like a fine spot. Let's go see who all's on.